year in accordance with the global practice of rotating the leadership of the MAG. To ensure the engagement of all key important stakeholders, the MAG was expanded this year by 14 members, making it to 34, with complete representation of all key stakeholder sectors, including civil society, academia, technical community, government, private sector, and the youth. This allows all stakeholders in Nigeria to actively contribute to the development and administration of the internet. So advancing the digital transformation and trust in Nigeria is the overarching theme of the NIGF 2022. The internet's evolution and growth in Nigeria has been rapid over the years. According to recent NCC data, there are around 152 million internet subscribers, out of which 85 million are on broadband, roughly around 45% of the population, placing Nigeria at the #1 position on the African continent. This phenomenal growth is owing largely to the adoption and support of the various stakeholders, ranging from government, private sector, technical community, engineers, researchers, educators, lawyers, individuals, and all whom contribute to the internet's continued use as a tool for meeting a variety of social and economic needs in Nigeria. Despite its many benefits, the expansion of the internet in Nigeria brings with it new challenges in the areas of digital transformation and data and information security. Advancing digital transformation and trust aims to investigate the extent to which digital transformation has been stifled and to produce relevant recommendations to assist policymakers and all stakeholders in making informed decisions that enable positive social and economic outcomes at the individual and group levels. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to give a brief summary around each of the sub-themes for today's event, so that attendees will decide which sessions to join at the appropriate time, because shortly we'll have a breakout session so people can join the different sessions. So just give me a few minutes to go through this one quickly, please. So we are going to have panel session 1, which is on data sharing and digital sovereignty in Nigeria. This session will examine the concept of data sharing from the perspective of all stakeholders, including individuals, private sectors, non-profit organizations, and government agencies. The advantages and opportunities that data sharing offers the digital economy will also be discussed. Furthermore, factors such as data localization, data governance, big data, netizens' right to data, modernization and protection will be considered in relation to these benefits. Panel session 2, which is going to be building trust in Nigerian digital services. The role of trust in digital services as part of inclusive digital transformation will be discussed here, with discussions covering user-level cyber awareness, SME cyber awareness, child online safety, and the resilience of the Nigerian digital economy to cyber threats, among other topics. Panel session 3, which is on internet as an enabler of inclusive development. The session focuses on internet's impact on governance, citizen participation through e-governance, digital literacy as a tool for national development. Then the last panel session, which is the 4th, is on Nigeria's position in the future of the internet. This session focuses on new and emerging technologies, as well as Nigeria's role in the current global digital transformation, how it benefits not only sectors' growth and development, but also a more inclusive, impactful, and improved national digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all stakeholders here, and I implore you to consider the following issues as you ask yourselves the following questions as you go through the deliberations today. What can be done to provide internet access to over 50 million unconnected Nigerians and increase the broadband connectivity to 75% of citizens by 2025, as outlined in the National Broadband Plan of the 2020? How can we use internet and technology to address some of our nation's current challenges, such as the physical security, the cyber security. You know what we have, the kidnapping, the banditry. How can we use technology to address such issues? How can we educate the 18.5 million out of school children? As recent report, I think by UNDP says that 18.5 million children are out of school. How can we use technology to short circuit the educational system to give them quality education using the internet? How can we reduce the impact of fake news? And how do we build national cohesion for collective progress using internet and technology? So I will urge you to discuss some of these challenges that we face and how to go about it. The communique from this forum outlining concrete recommendations will be distributed to all key government and private sectors. The outcome of the NIGF will also help strengthen the nation's standing in regional and global internet governance forum. Finally, I want to thank all the members of the multi-stakeholder advisory group. They are all here for all their commitment and hard work. Honestly, it's because of what they have done that we are here. I also want to thank the Secretariat of NIRA and the Secretariat of the NIGF for all their dedication and commitment. Finally, I want to encourage all present to actively participate in discussions here, and I wish you all the best in your deliberations. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone, for listening. We're going to move straight into the goodwill messages. And I have the honor of calling somebody that we call Mama Nira, Mama NIGF, the chairperson of the West Africa Internet Governance Forum, Mrs. Mary Uduma, for her goodwill message. I have to add, former president of the Nigeria Internet Registration Association.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. And I'm glad to be here. We started about 12 years ago. Yeah, no, 10 years ago, because this is 2022. The NIGF started about 10 years ago, and we've been consistent. We're still following up. And I want to appreciate the new faces that are coming into the NIGF. By way of starting, we normally start by introduction, protocols, and the rest of them. And I want to say that I will stand on the existing protocol established by the president of, or the chairperson of the Nigeria Internet Registration Association multi-stakeholder group, Mr. Rudman Mohammed. So I stand on the existing protocol, but I must recognize those, a little bit of us, especially the minister that graciously has sent a representative and also allowed the PAMSEC of the Ministry of Communication to be here. We're not taking it for granted. I recognize you, sir, Dr. Alu. I also recognize the representative of the minister. That's the person I was trying to recognize, though he's online, but he will speak to us shortly. So I recognize that, and I recognize representatives of all other industry stakeholders, including our regulatory authorities. You are welcome, and the press as well, you are welcome. I am very, very glad to be invited to give few words in goodwill message at this 11th Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. I am reading this, I'm saying this message from the Africa Internet Governance Forum Secretariat, since I am the chairperson of the Africa Internet Governance Forum MAG. So I also represent the West Africa Internet Governance Forum. So And we are glad to say that we have seen that Nigeria has consistently been holding its annual IGF since its re-establishment in 2012 as a truly multi-stakeholder national initiative in line with the principles of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. This initiative is not just limited to Nigeria, it's for every country, but the anchor is the Undersecretary of the United Nations Secretariat. And we have the Secretariat in Geneva. And this initiative, we have the national initiatives, we have the regional initiatives, we even have the youth initiative. And Nigeria has added women initiative on internet governance. So we are so glad and excited, and we commend Nigeria IGF multi-stakeholder group for consistently holding and making sure that every year there is internet governance in Nigeria. And some other countries don't do that, but Nigeria, we have been consistent in doing that. So I want to say kudos to Nigeria. Please help me to clap. I also want us to know that the Africa Internet Governance Forum is a platform for an inclusive, multilateral, multi-stakeholder, and multilingual discussion on issues pertinent to the internet and its governance in Africa. It started first. So we even in 2011, that's when we started it, 2011. And it has been holding yearly. The Secretariat is in the African Union Secretariat or African Union Commission in Addis Ababa. So, and nations bid to host the Africa Internet Governance on yearly basis. And I am told Nigeria is also indicating interest to host us in 2023. So we hope that you win the bid and you're able to host the Africa Internet Governance Forum in 2023 in either Abuja or Lagos. And I'll be so excited if Nigeria wins. The process of selecting is with the Africa Union Commission. As countries bid and express interest, they are evaluated, then they can get a bidding host to, a successful bidding, and they can then host. The last one we did was in Malawi. I hope you can hear us from online. Is everything okay online? All right.
We can hear you very well.
Is there anything? Right, I can see a paper. All right, thank you very much. So, and we want to say that the theme you have chosen in 2022 is in tandem with the provision of the National Digital Economy of Nigeria, Digital Economy Policy and Strategy of the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. And we cannot but go with it. It is also in tandem or pairs with what we did in Africa at the Africa level. What did we do at the Africa level? We said digital inclusion and trust in Africa. And what is reoccurring here is trust. Trust is very, very critical. Trust, we can develop, we can implement our strategies if we don't build on trust. And because we know that the internet or the digital process, the digital transactions, we now have the platform economy and is built on trust. You phone or you send a message to a driver or an Uber, and you believe that the Uber person will come and pick you to where and drop you to where you are going to. You don't have to see the person physically. You can only see the person when he comes. So you trust that the person that you have called as Uber will be able to come. So the platform economy is a trusted economy. It builds on trust. And if you look at the sharing economy, also built on trust. If you are to share, you must trust the other person you are sharing with. So the digital economy has to do with trust. It has to do with a confidence in the partner you are collaborating with. So this is where we are going. So trust is the center. Whether it is the Nigerian version of the digital economy strategy, or is the African digital transformation strategy 2030. We are looking forward to 2030. We only build on trust. So the theme is very, very apt for us, both as a country in Nigeria, in West Africa, as well as Africa. So we want to listen to everyone. We want everyone to be open. There's no question that is correct or wrong. There's no answer that is correct or wrong. The only thing is that you respect other people's opinion when you are making your intervention or raising a voice. We want all voices to be raised. And so we have already done our Africa Internet Governance Forum, and it happened in July 19 and 20. Where did we hold it? It was in Malawi. And we were excited to hold that Africa Internet Governance Forum in Malawi after having been under cage and being under our devices, but holding our meetings with our devices using the internet. So because of the pandemic. And so we were so excited that the number that attended was so much. The discussions were so very many, and we came up with all sorts of recommendations. If you visit africainternetgovernance.africa, or you visit afigf.africa, you can see, or you can have access to the communique that came out from that meeting. Also, at West Africa level, we also did a hybrid. The one in Malawi was a hybrid. Some of you attended and participated in the debate. The head of state of Malawi spoke to us virtually, and it was very, very well attended, and the discussions and the recommendations and messages were very, very apt for what we needed in Africa. At West Africa level also, we held the West Africa Internet Governance Forum in Accra, Ghana. And it was between the 25th and 26th of, or 26th and 27th of May this year. So, and our topic then was that is digital innovation, data recovery for post COVID-19 recovery. So we also discussed, and we came up with communique. It's also published on our website, westafrica.org. When you get there, you would see the publication. What are we expecting from you people as Nigeria Internet Governance Forum? That you discuss, debate, argue, and come up with what? Concrete and actionable recommendations. And these recommendations you will share with us as we share with other Africa internet ecosystem stakeholders, be it government or civil society or business or technical community, and the academia as well. So what we are doing here today, or what you do here today, will not rest here only. It will go to West Africa at the West Africa level. It will also go to Africa at the Africa level. And this year, we are privileged to have the global IGF being hosted in African continent. So, and as members of the, as sons of the soils, or as sons of the soil and daughters of the soil, we believe that you participate effectively and actively. And our decisions here, our communique here, our messages here would echo again at the the global IGF that will happen in Addis Ababa. I'll stop here because I'm giving 4 minutes only to speak. I hope I've not spoken more than 4 minutes, but you are welcome. Please, I'm here. If you have any question about Africa IGF, please ask me. West Africa IGF, please ask me. And even the global IGF, please, I'm here to answer the question. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, everyone. And God bless you as you debate today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And yes, if you have questions, do ask Mrs. Uduma. I was honored to be her mentee in the country codes name supporting organization. And that was an interesting experience, 1 year. We're still talking about goodwill messages, all protocols duly observed. We are honored to have the representative of Mr. Kashif Inua Abdullahi, CCIE, the Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency, in the person of Dr. Bernard Ewa, who is also a great supporter of internet governance in Nigeria. He is the Acting Director of E-Government Development and Regulation, National Information Technology Development Authority. Please welcome Dr. Ewa.
Thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished guests. I'll try not to make my 4 hours elastic. Okay, thank you. I'm so honored to be here, and it's been a very beautiful morning. I thought the weather was just good for us and provides us a great place to begin this discussion on digital transformation, right, or a digital economy. As has been introduced, I am here as a representative of the Director General of NIDA, Malam Kashif Inua Abdullahi, who is engaged outside of the country and is unable to be here. So he's asked me to extend his warm regards to everybody here, including those who are joining online. The DG is particularly excited about the progress that has continued to be recorded by the NIGF MAC. This is one of the unique models that is proving to be successful on a yearly basis, as attested to by the president of the West Africa Internet Governance Forum, one of the few countries where this event has held regularly and has not only been organized on a yearly basis, but there's visible contribution to the national economy and the role of the internet as a driver of development. The theme of this year's conference is also very objective. It places or gives us opportunity to address digital transformation in a way that we recognize the broad role that different stakeholders play and how digital transformation can impact on a variety of different groups in the Nigerian population. This is also coming as a direct significance to the national digital economy policy and strategy, and NIDA's own strategic roadmap strap, which recognizes the internet as pivotal to a strong and sustainable digital economy. We would like to again thank everyone who has made it here and hope that the discussions that we had here or have been had here since the last couple of days and today will give us more resources to collectively promote not just the internet, but the development and sustenance of the digital economy in Nigeria. So I would like to say thank you, and I wish you all a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
If you see me smiling, it's because I just heard that the compare is almost here. My time of acting is almost over. We're also honored to have the presence of Professor Umar Garba Dambata, the Executive Vice Chairman, Nigeria Communications Commission, ably represented by Director of Digital Economy, Engineer Austin Wanlune, PhD FNSE. Thank you, Engineer Wanlune. And we're still taking goodwill messages. Pardon me, online audience, if I don't identify with you enough. Yay, online audience. Well done. Can you hear us clearly? Yes, yes, awesome. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here this morning as representing Prof. Umar Garba Dambata, the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Communications Commission, who, because of the multi-stakeholder nature of the internet, is not able to be here today because he has some other engagements elsewhere. But I've asked that I present to you this morning his goodwill message. I want to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, represented by the DG NIMC, and the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Allo, the African Internet Governors Forum Coordinator, Mrs. Mary Uduma, the DG NIDA, ably represented by Engineer Ben Ewa, and all the directors and key stakeholders in the digital economy space. I'll read the AVC's goodwill so that the goodwill will be conveyed the best way. All distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 11th edition of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, organized by the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, is a celebration of NIGF's dedication to promote the internet as a tool for personal and national development. It also provides an opportunity for all stakeholders to actively participate and make contributions on the development and governance of the internet in Nigeria. The theme of the NIGF 2022 is Achieving Digital Transformation and Trust in Nigeria, with sub-themes in the areas of data sharing and digital sovereignty in Nigeria, building trust in the Nigerian digital service, internet as an enabler of inclusive government, and Nigeria's position in the future of the internet. The Commission supports effective implementation of government policies, and in stimulating regulatory initiatives is focused on advancing Nigeria's digital transformation. The launch of the Nigerian National Broadband Plan 2020-2025 attests to the fact that Nigeria is poised to join other nations and become a global leader in transforming its economy into a digital one. Following a transparent, diligent, fair, and credible auction of 3.5 gigahertz spectrum in December 2021, in April 2022, final letters of award of the 5G spectrum license was given to MTN and Mafab Communications, winners from the 3.5 gigahertz spectrum auction. The winners are committed to deploying the services in the country according to Nigeria 5G roadmap. Therefore, it has become imperative for us as critical stakeholders to appraise the progress made so far as an industry and chart the course for the future of the telecom industry in the country. The forum will take advantage of the multi-stakeholder nature of internet governance processes to harness aggregate productive ideas towards facilitating a more effective approach to fostering digital transformation and trust for the benefit of Nigeria. The outcomes are expected to build consensus among stakeholders on actionable recommendations for both state and non-state actors in the internet ecosystem. This forum will also advance the nation's position at regional and global internet governance forum. The NIGF has the power to encourage opinions, suggest best practices, and shape discussions that can influence Nigeria's internet policies and decisions of those that have the power to drive the required policies. The output of this forum will be published on the NIGF website and will also be shared with the academia, the civil society, and all stakeholders for adoption and implementation as it applies to them. Without further ado, let me once again welcome all participants to the 11th edition of the NIGF. I encourage all present to actively participate in the discussions and sessions. I thank you all and wish you the best in all your future endeavors. Thank you. By Engineer Professor Omar Garba Dambata, fellow RIS, fellow NSC, fellow Academy of Engineers, and fellow Nigerian Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. Thank you.
Can we give him a round of applause one more time, please? I want to first of all apologize for, I think we must find a digital way of transportation now. You know, maybe mutation or something. Or is it levitation? Levitation. Levitation. Teleportation. Yes, because it's getting so crazy right now. Ladies and gentlemen, nevertheless, I would like to thank everybody for your time. And we are waiting for Engineer Benga Debayo, who is on his way. But we have the next speaker who is the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. He's here now. Ladies and gentlemen, help welcome Dr. Williams Alo. Round of applause for him. Okay. Now, maybe that was the way you started. That's not the way. Let's make it virtual, digital, practical. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Honorable Minister, Communications and Digital Economy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my own dear boss, Professor Isa Ali Pantami, the only digital professor in Nigeria, who is ably represented, although virtually, the chairperson, coordinator of the African and West African Internet Governance Forum here present. I refer to you, Mrs. Mary Uduma, the chairman of the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum, also here present. My able directors in the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, I refer to you, Director ICT, Engineer Samuel Okoye, who is also here present. I also recognize you, my Director in charge of radio monitoring and survey. I refer to you, Engineer Benga, who is also here present. All the representatives of our internet agencies under the supervision of the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy that is here present, and even those who are listening to us virtually. I recognize you all. I also wish to recognize you, all of you in this hall. You are all very, very important to the digital economy and the digital revolution pioneered by the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. I say, please, you are welcome. We are happy to be associated with you people, and we are happy with what you are doing, because the more you perform, the more you are helping us in digitalizing this economy. And that's why we say it is now a period for digital revolution. My goodwill message goes this way. One is that it gives me a great pleasure to be a part of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum 2022, for which we are here for. Although this is my first IGF activity, I very much commend the concept of a multi-stakeholder platform like this that facilitates the discussion of public policy issues pertaining to the internet as positive development can best be attained through the synergy of partners. This year's theme, Advancing Digital Transformation and Trust in Nigeria, rightly captures the challenges of countries such as Nigeria as far as digitalization is concerned. I must state here that Nigeria is here to make the most of the digital revolution. The benefits of digital transformation, such as inclusive and sustainable growth, improved governance, and responsive service delivery, still elude this our great country called Nigeria. One of the products of my ministry is the nation's e-government master plan, which introduces a planned implementation of 25 initiatives in various sectors in the public service. This initiative recently got a boost when the federal government, under the leadership of President Muhammad Buhari, inaugurated a presidential council on digital and e-government master plan to strengthen the capacity of government to develop, adopt, and deploy technologies to make government more efficient, transparent, and to improve Nigeria's global standard in doing business. The Presidential Council, amongst others, shall work with the legislative and executive arms of government to facilitate the passing of an in-government bill into law as soon as possible, and the establishment of a legal and organizational framework and policies to drive the implementation of e-government projects in the country. To encourage the states to adopt this master plan, a 27-man presidential council which has also one governor from each geopolitical zone as members, have been set up. Our efforts at digital transformation must focus on a platform that is honest, ethical, transparent, resilient, secure, and trustworthy. I think I heard our chairperson here mentioning trust. And that's one of the major aspects of digitalization. That trust must be there. We must protect users and deliver enhanced citizen confidence to help create that particular trust we are talking about. Our newest agency, the National Data Protection Bureau, has the mandate to provide legal safeguards for the processing of personal data as contained in the National Data Protection Regulation. There is an old African proverb that says, and I quote, if you want to go quickly, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. In the world of fast-paced, modern digital technologies, strategic partnerships are the keys to going far. The Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy and these agencies, the organized private sector like you, civil society organizations, and the technical community that the NIGF multi-stakeholders advisory bodies comprises is a perfect example of this much needed partnership. There must be a robust partnership between your body, the NIGF, and all other similar bodies to support the government so that jointly we can get to the promised land. The promised land will be when all aspects of governance and all aspects of doing everything in this country is digitalized. I heard somebody here suggesting that very soon, even transportation will be digitalized. And we may call it tele or tele-air, whatever. But that shows the extent to which we are moving on. We're on a fast lane, and Nigeria cannot be left behind because we are moving and the whole world is moving. You can see that already we are moving already from the 4G to 5G very soon. And as the world is fast moving, we are told that already some people are already thinking ahead of 5G to take off 6G and even 7G. So very soon, I'm happy with the effort of the Federal Ministry of Communications and very good bodies like your own. We will get there. We're already on the move. On this note, I said, I look forward to a very robust discussion by members, of which whatever suggestions, whatever communiques that you may bring out today after these very important sittings, the government will not waste any iota of minutes to implement some of your decisions for the interests of all the citizens of this country. On this note, I say you are welcome, feel relaxed in this particular very important program, as I know what people can do. And as I said, we are partnering with you. We are going to give you our total support. Thank you once more, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for the Digital Permanent Secretary of the Digital Ministry. He did a digital presentation, and I want you to give me a digital hand clap one more time. One of our greatest assets here in Nigeria is the fact that our identity is now getting, a niche in everything that we do in Nigeria and abroad. I just wanted to do my passport the other time, and they said, hey, you have to bring us your NIN. It's no longer like before. And I said, wow, that means that NIMC has done a good job. Some years ago, it looked almost impossible. It was like a mirage that it was going to be possible. But we thank God for Dr. Alo and all the big men here who have worked day and night to bring us to where we are in Nigeria. And so the DG of NIMC is online. I would like to confirm if we can link up to him right now. He's online and he's waiting.
I'm online. I'm listening to you.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what digitalization or digitization can do. Now, he can't see me. I can't see him. He can see me and I can see him too. Show your face, NIMCDG. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Aliyu Aziz is here live from Abuja. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much, the MC. Well, I'm here today to represent our Honorable Minister, Professor Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami. My humble digital PAMSEC, Dr. Williams Wanko Alo, my own Mama Nira, Mrs. Mary Oduma, coordinator, NIGF. I heard her saying 10 years ago, but I knew her, I think, 34 years ago. And my brother, Mohammed Rudman, the chairman for Nigerian Internet Governance Forum, my other colleagues and their representatives, the captains of industries, all the industry regulators here present, ladies and gentlemen. I will now give the keynotes of my honorable minister. As usual, he will say, good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to you. I'm truly honored and excited to be part of this event and consider it a privilege to be given a keynote speech on advancing digital transformation and trust in Nigeria. I want to thank the organizers of this event for inviting me and key agencies under the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy to participate at this multi-stakeholder forum. I'm deeply honored and grateful to share the work we have been doing on the digital transformation of Nigeria and our sectors. The digital transformation journey of the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy has been both a daunting task and an interesting experience. The mandate of the then Ministry of Communications was expanded to include digital economy, and work started to provide structure and framework to accelerate implementation and achievements in digital economy and e-government in Nigeria. Our efforts and hard work paid off with the presidential launch of the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy on 20th November 2019. The focus has been to use digital technologies to transform our economy and sectors so that government can be more efficient and transparent, thereby improving Nigeria's global stand in the ease of doing business index. Information communications and technology, ICT, has been known around the world as the most significant driver of innovation, growth, and competitiveness. Nigeria is no exception to this, and the National Bureau of Statistics reported that Nigeria's ICT sector was the fastest growing sector in both the fourth quarter of 2020 and entire year of 2020 and also 2021. The sector's growth rate was instrumental in supporting our country to exit the recession triggered by COVID-19 far earlier than predicted by experts. One can see that the unprecedented contribution by the ICT sector to our GDP in the second quarter of 2022, which was 18.44%, is a good example of the important impact of digital economy on the overall economy. Without a doubt, ICT will continue to play a key role in assisting developed and developing countries in moving towards sustainable growth of their economy. In the same vein, and in the last 2 years, the sector has provided ICT intervention in no fewer than 1,607 institutions at the federal and subnational levels. 2 virtual institutions established by the government have trained more than 500,000 Nigerians on digital and emerging technologies, while the recent auctioning of the spectrum by the ministry generated over 400% revenue to the federal government. Furthermore, the ministry partnered with Korea International Cooperation Agency to develop a national e-government master plan, which was approved by the Federal Executive Council in 2019, with achievements ranging from training of over 1,400 Nigerian public servants in both Nigeria and Korea on e-governance, the launch and handover of e-government training center to the federal government in 2019, as well as the signing off of the phase 2 of e-government project for building foundations towards digital governance in Nigeria 2020 to 2026. All these achievements were as a result of the diligence, hard work, and commitment of the ministry and its agencies to successfully implement NIGF and transform our economy. Nigeria's progress in e-governance has elicited recognition from international community and stakeholders with the appointment of the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy as the chairman of the 2022 Forum of the highly regarded World Summit of Information Society. Likewise, in our quest to actualize a digital Nigeria, a presidential council to coordinate the development of an indigenous economy was established and inaugurated by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, at the State House in August 2022, that is last month. The Council has been tasked to strengthen the capacity of government to develop, adopt, and deploy digital technologies to enhance digital transformation of all our sectors. In essence, we need a digital government, a digital society, and a digital economy for the digital transformation of our nation, Nigeria. It must be a nationwide coordinated, deliberate, and intentional approach to reorganize administration and governance, as well as government to citizen engagement, government to business interaction, so as to improve the lives of our people and support stronger economics. To raise awareness and as part of stakeholder engagement, the ministry championed and obtained approval for the commemoration of Digital Nigeria Day every 24th October. This is an awareness creation program in the digital economy sector for continuous and rapid transformation of every sector through digital innovations and emerging technologies. Technology affects the way we communicate, learn, and think. The role technology plays in society today has positive and negative effects on daily lives and the world at large. The internet and cell phones are typical examples of technological advancement with great impact on society. The internet, as we know, gives us access to information to almost anything online on a 24/7 rate. It brought many methods of electronic communication such as emails, social networking, video conferencing, FaceTiming, etc. While these are useful tools, studies have also shown that these mobile technologies can decrease communication and relations between people, coupled with loss of privacy because anyone can find find you anywhere at any time of the day. It is a known fact that the nexus between the adoption and advancement of digital innovation is trust. Digital trust is the confidence users have in the ability of people, technology, and processes to create a secure digital world. So gaining trust in our products, services, enterprises, purpose, and principles is key to the success of that enterprise. With the advent of digital technologies and digital transformation efforts to embed technology in every facet of our lives, trust has become a front-burning issue. Stakeholders have become used to expecting increased transparency and control in accessibility of personal information held about them. With this knowledge comes the issue of privacy and data protection. And to build trust, organizations and enterprises must leverage the very technologies that enable digital transformation to build digital trust on these 4 pillars. One is on transparency and accessibility. The second one is on ethics and responsibility. The third is on privacy and control. And finally, the fourth one on security and reliability. What is needed is a combination of right technologies and cohesive effort across leadership and governance, strategy, principles, policies, processes, and culture. Trust must be weaved into the very fabric of the organization. By integrating these 4 pillars, organizations can build long-term digital trust and strengthen relationships with their stakeholders and customers. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Nigeria Digital Economy Strategy has identified key areas of focus to drive and enable adoption of digital technologies to foster the safe, vibrant, and consistent growth of our digital economy. It may interest you to know that all agencies under the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy have a role to play in achieving targets set out in the NDEP's blueprint. government has committed to take the lead in driving the public service delivery through systematic application of technology. That is a mix of technology and better business processes to drive efficiency, effectiveness, and quality of service. By the same token, the federal government is committed to leveraging ICT to directly target the full range of development objectives, extend the reach of the social, economic, and political reforms the nation is pursuing now, and support all government efforts and strategies towards achieving sustainable development goals. Finally, the NDEPS document is available for download, and I want to appeal to all participants to endeavor to study the strategy for us to seek areas of collaboration to transform Nigeria. On this note, I thank you all for listening and wish you all a fruitful deliberation. My honorable minister will always say that for you to participate in this 21st century, you need 4 things. One is that you need a smartphone. Secondly, you need a digital wallet. Thirdly, you need the broadband that enables the internet. And finally, you need a digital identity as a foundation for the trust. So God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and thank you and enjoy the rest of your program. Thank you.
I need to talk to the PS. Let's give him a round of applause. That is the minister, please, represented by the NIMC. All right. How do I do this? We have some other, about 2 people who ought to do some goodwill messages, representative of Alton and my friend, my Aburo, Benga Sheson. But there's a standard procedure in events, and whether private or public, once the governor or the minister or the president does their messages, no other person is permitted to do so. So I just want to apologize to the 2 people remaining to please bear with me. What I will do is I will try and see how to manage the time, because it's imperative that they've been here. It's imperative that we hear them. So if you don't mind, I will try and squeeze in some time, especially when the permanent secretary is here and is standing by the rules. So please, my apologies. At this point, I'd like to call on Caleb Ogundele, President, Internet Society Nigeria, represented by his VP, Kunle Olorundare, an engineer, for the vote of thanks, after which we'll go straight to tea break and then the breakout session, first breakout session. Thank you. A round of applause for the VP.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you very much. My work here is very simple this morning, and I'm not going to take our time. I've been asked to do vote of thanks, and that is what I'm going to do. So first of all, I want to observe the protocol, and please permit me to stand on the protocol that has been established by the chairman of Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group of Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, a person of Mr. Mohammed Rudman, my chairman. Thank you very much. All right, without wasting time, I want to appreciate our honorable minister, that's the Minister for Communication and Digital Economy, a person of Professor Isa Ali Pantami. We appreciate you. We appreciate your presence, and even your representative, that is a person of Engineer Aliyu Aziz, who is the DG of NIMC. Also, we want to appreciate our digital PAMSEC from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, a person of Dr. Williams Allo. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your presence and even your speech. And without mincing word, I want to appreciate the Executive Vice Chairman of Nigerian Communications Commission. That is no other person than Professor Umar Garba Dambata, FNSC, FNIEEE, who is ably represented here this morning by no other person than the indefatigable Director of Digital Economy, a person of Engineer Austin Onwalunen, PhD, FNSC. And please, I would like to add this, is the pioneer chairman of Nigerian Institute of ICT Engineers. Thank you very much, sir. Also, I would like to recognize and appreciate the presence of the Director General of NITDA, Mr. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, who is ably represented by Dr. Ben Ewa, Acting Director, E-Governance Development and Regulation from the same organization, that is NITDA. And the list is long, and as a matter of fact, that is my job, and I have to get it done. The next person I want to appreciate is the Director of IT from the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. That is Mr. Emma Okoye. And also present with us, that is what I expect. I expect us to give a both digital clap and physical clap. We also want to recognize the presence of Director of Radio Monitoring and Survey, and that's no other person than Engineer Binga. Thank you very much, sir. And well, the last but not the least, the gentleman from the fourth realm of the estate. You are recognized, and we appreciate your presence. And sorry, one more thing. I will not miss my mommy out. So we want to appreciate your presence, man. That is the chairperson of West African Internet Governance Forum. And she doubles as the chairperson of multi-stakeholder advisory group of Africa Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much, Mrs. Mary Uduma. And please let me just quickly add this. Everybody present here this morning, we appreciate your presence and we thank you very much. Both of us that are present here physically and those that are present online. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And please, I want to say this. We also want to appreciate the presence of the fellows, the latest fellows from Nigerian School on Internet Governance. That's the 2022 edition. I know that some of them are here. We completed the program yesterday, and they were encouraged to make sure they attend this program. So I know some of them are online and some of them are here physically. And these. All right, the academia, the academic luminaries, you are recognized and we thank you. And the last but not the least, the tech community, together with the civil organizations. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. I remain your humble servant, Engineer Kunle Olorundare, standing in for the president of Internet Society Nigerian chapter. That is Mr. Caleb Olumuyiwa Ogundele. I am his vice president. Thank you. God bless you.
And I guess you are a fellow. Are you a fellow? It's a fellow. So give me a round of applause. You know, there's one thing in Nigeria. We love our titles. We love our titles. One guy was introduced by an MC, you know, importer, exporter, cocoa water, this, that, MSc, PhD, PLP, LPC, APD, PDP, SDP. And by the time everybody was even bored, so the MC went to sit down. So the man took the mic and said, "Nah, you did not put RIP. RIP. You're supposed to add that one." thinking that RIP is a title. Let's clap for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fantastic event. Okay, so someone is miffed that we've not, they called the name of the director ICT wrongly and he wants us to correct it. Please let it be known to this General Assembly that the correct pronunciation and the elocution and articulation of the name of the Director ICT, Federal Minister of Communications and Digital Economy is Mr. Samuel Okoye. Samuel. Are we okay, sir? Are we in order now? Okay, that is also very, very important. I had it very serious. Okay, so we're going to have a photo session right now, and after the photo session, no, let me call Busayo. Busayo, please come. Miss Busayo Balogun. Yeah, will just tell us the format for the breakout session, and immediately after she finishes speaking, we're going to have a photo session with the very, very important dignitaries because the world is waiting to see their faces. Okay? All right, Busayo. A round of applause. Look at her now. Is she not digital?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm still standing on the existing protocol to avoid any mistake. Our tea break for our special guests, our VIPs. There's an usher here. When we're done with the photo session, she'll lead you to the back of this hall. So you can have your tea. Have 4 breakout sessions. The other 3 rooms, we have a breakout session at the back. The Emerald room is clearly labeled. You see, the usher is also here. She's going to assist and direct everybody. And go to the and the remaining 2 breakout rooms are downstairs. The Opal and Sapphire room, breakout session 3 and 4. Once you go downstairs, there's one to your left and one to your right, clearly labeled. If you have any problem, I'm here to assist you. Thank you so much, and please enjoy your tea break.
Thank you, Messiah. Another round of applause for her. Yeah, please come to them. Up is okay. Okay, sir.
That's available slide.
No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, the online.
Again, our online participants, we have not forgotten you. You are very dear to us. So if you look at your screen, you see a pop-up screen, and then you choose the room you want to go to. So the online participants, look at your screen, there's a pop-up, and you see the breakout room session 1, 2, 3, or 4. So you pick the breakout room you want to go, and we're waiting for you there. Thank you.
Online, you can also have a breakfast wherever you are. Take your tea, your bread, and eat with us digitally. We'd like to appreciate the PS who is going to Abuja immediately. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Like I said, we have 10 minutes for break, for the breakfast. So 1 minute has gone. If you are still sitting, you're on the wrong thing. The ushers are around you to take you to where you should have your breakfast. If you are not taking part in this photo session, you can go and have your breakfast. You have only 10 minutes, 8 minutes more. After the 8 minutes, breakfast session will be over.
You see, in the marketplace, down trolls down. Do you just my hit? About your policies all the time. Sleep and I rearrange up about the week. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let heal if you found me. Be the first that cast the stone. Mr. Jada. Oh, I'm talking to you, Jada. Stop calling me a prisoner.
Hello. The reason why I'm shortening the breakfast to 10 minutes is to accommodate the speakers before we go into our breakout session. So we're still going to listen to the guy from Paradigm Shift and the representative of the acting chairman. Immediately we convene in the next 8 minutes. Thank you.
Hello to our online participants. Thank you very much for joining. I'm just going to walk you through joining the breakout room. This is going to start in the next 6 to 7 minutes. So on your screen, you're going to see a button called breakout rooms. Please click on it. You're going to see 4 options. Those 4 options represent the 4 different breakout rooms that we have available. So you are free to choose any breakout room of your choice. If you are registered online, you can choose the one you joined online, or you can decide to choose a new room. If you cannot see that button on your screen, if you're on your phone, please look at the options you have on your screen and click on the More button. If you click on the More button, you're going to see an option called Breakout Room. You can click on that and the options will come out as well. So that is only if you cannot see that breakout room button on your screen, but it should be on your screen. For those joined on their laptops, you can click on the More button as well if you cannot see that button on your screen, and join any breakout room of your choice. We're going to start in the next 5 minutes, and I look forward to meeting all of you there. Thank you very, very much. Yes, to our online participants, I can see that there are still some of us in the main room. Please, you can click on the breakout rooms button and join any breakout room of your choice. We're starting very shortly, please. Thank you very much. Yes, please, it's me again. I can see that we still have some of the online participants in the breakout in the main room. I can go over joining a breakout room again so that that is easier for us. So on your screen, you are going to see a button called breakout room. Please click it or tap it and join a breakout room of your choice. Thank you very much.
This thing I waited people, but they drink and I feed them. When I get back.
You get one day where I go, you get one day for where they and oversight.
Okay, so the first session, session 1, data sharing and digital sovereignty in Nigeria, are the people that will be here. So let's come around if you're at the back, so we don't have disjointed presence. Session 2, if you are still here, let me see your hand. Session 2, if you are still here. Session 3, anybody still here? You are supposed to be taken to a different place. Internet as an enabler of inclusive development. Meanwhile, you can pick anyone you like. That's the good thing, it's choice. So are there rapporteurs around? Any of the rapporteurs? Okay. Okay. All right. Benjamin Akimoije is online. Okay, fine. So Benjamin, over to you. Your people are ready. They are here. Moderators are to end by 1 p.m. 1 p.m.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I think we are back. Can we confirm if the speakers are still on?
Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
launch. So let's have the high level panel right. My props, sir. Permission to smile, sir. Okay, so we're just trying to look for the best way to satisfy us all. Okay, and that's why we're keeping to time, strictly to time. However, if I can't confirm that all the other speakers are here, then we'll then do lunch. But if they are here, we do it, and then you can have time to crack your bones, because I'll come back and hurry you again. And I don't want to do that this time. I want you to be able to sit down and eat whatever it is that is sumptuously waiting for you out there. At this time, I want to thank everybody for attending this very, very important event. And I hope we all got some level of education. I hope our speakers did well. I'm going to ask the organizers to give us further facts on their website, so that even if time has not been able to, if our time has not been enough for you to be able to fully express yourself, we can go to the website of NIGF. I know they have a fantastic website, and most of those things that you're asking for can then be covered. But I'm very happy with our time. This is very, very good. This is exactly the exact time that we ought to be here for lunch. So let me just give you a minute or two, music interlude. Let me do my quick round and be sure that all the speakers are not here. If they are not here, we just go for lunch and then we come back. Is that okay? Fantastic. I would like to thank all the moderators. You guys are fantastic. Let's clap for all the moderators and everyone that contributed. All our online viewers, we thank you. And if you're going to go for lunch, if you're online, wherever you are, go and get yourself akara and join us online. But here in Lagos, we are going for sumptuous meal. Amina Salihu, Olabeleko, Ademola, Olole Alao, Ebuka Ogbodo, Patrick, Maurice, Jocelyn, Hajia, we thank all of you. And we want you to stay tuned as we let you know what's coming up next. Thank you. Okay, ma. Say the food, Abi. No problem. This is a highlight of the high-level panel on advancing digital transformation and trust in Nigeria. The moderator will be Mr. Ben Ewa, Acting Director, E-Governance, Government Development and Regulation, NIDA. And the lead paper will be done by my friend and namesake, B. Oladipo, Vice Chairman, ICANN, CCNSO. And the speakers are Engineer Augustine Nwanlune, PhD, Director, Digital Economy, NCC,
Segun Akoro, CEO, Upperlink Limited, but he's represented by Akishola Akisonya, the COO. Is the representative around? Thank you, fantastic. Amina Saliu, I saw her online. So she's online and she's here, that means she's here already. Tony Oloniteru, chief. Yes, co-founder is on his way. Okay, fantastic. Martin Koyabe, senior manager, African Union Global Forum on Cyber Expertise Projects. Is he around or online? Online, he's not, okay. Benga Sheson, I know Benga Sheson's person is here. Yep. Is also, no, I think he said somebody is going to be speaking for him. Anybody from Paradigm Shifts is online. Fantastic. So we're ready. That's what it means, right? So we'll try and, yes, we want to try and set up for online, yes. Three here, the other three are online. All right. I'd like to call on the moderators, the moderator and the speakers. Ben Ewa is, ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Ben Ewa, Acting Director, E-Government Development and Regulation, NIGF. A round of applause for him one more time. That is one regulator that has been very, very excellent as far as we're concerned in all they've done so far. B, Oladipo. It should be online. It's online. Fantastic. B, I cite you, and I wonder why you're not here. You're in trouble for not coming here live. Augustine Walune. Wow. Okay, now, the glasses changed. I think you changed your rim or something. This was your ghost night. Please let me give a round of applause to the Director of Digital Economy, NCC, one of the most humble men I have met in my life. Usually, if somebody works at NCC, he should be walking like this. But he's very, very calm and calculated. Now you say that one, now Emiro. Segun Akoro is going to be represented by Akishola Akisoya, CEO of Upperlink. Is he around? Oh, okay, they gave you Aki. They thought you were a warrior. So you are doing like me. Okay. Let's give Akishola Akisoya a round of applause. Mina Saliu is online. She's a senior program manager at Offer Foundation. Chief Tony Oloniteru is on his way. He will join us. Martin Koyabe is online. I saw him online. And Benga Sheson, I'm told, is also online. We had this discussion 3 days ago. He said he was going to be online. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, we have managed our time so well. Let us give a round of applause to our moderator as he takes over the event. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Ewa, a round of applause, please. That's not good enough. No. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this has come to life. Thank you very much. This is going to be a continuation of the sessions that we've just participated in. Indeed, as a high-level session, it covers every other area that we had in the session, but the attempt here is to dig deeper and, not to enhance, but to continue the conversations that we've listened to. My sense of digital transformation or the innovations that enable it is that, it's an experience of accelerated learning that impacts on the lives of individuals, society, organizations. When that happens, it reflects in the changes, the way we do things, the way an individual works, our organization is run, and the sum total of that. You don't want to see that. Okay, the sum total is changes in performance, productivity, level of capacity, and so on. And that's what we are experiencing in the, for example, the contributions to of ICT to the economy and the prospects and opportunities that are evolving on a daily basis. And for us, this session is going to be looking at what it takes to push the envelope, what it takes to ensure that more and more people are actively involved in this process, what it takes to ensure that there isn't a disequilibrium, in the numbers of participants in this process, so that some people are not left out, or why some people are, overtly taking advantage of the opportunities that are presented. So, as you are well aware, there is a lead paper which we are going to listen to shortly. This business of hybrid is almost like talking to somebody in the dark. I know B is somewhere there, I can't see his face. Right? B, if you can hear me, please, I would like you to briefly introduce yourself. I would also like each and every one of with the lead paper presentation. Please, be over to you, my friend.
Okay, good. Should I say good morning or good afternoon now? I'm actually about 7 hours away from you guys.
Please,
I hope you can hear me.
Can you make sure that B is audible?
Can you hear me now? Okay, I noticed that the guys online can hear me, but the guys on site looks like you still can't hear me.
We can hear you now.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much, Ben. It's so good to be here.
We can hear you loud and clear. We can hear you loud and clear. We can hear you.
Oh, okay, thanks. I see that I'm audible now. Thank you. It's good to be here again. And I heard B saying that I should be there. I really would have loved to be there, but as it is, I'm having a very early ICANN meeting, so I'm away in Malaysia. Actually just arrived now, and I just want to try to be part of this session before I can catch a little short eye, and continue with the program tomorrow. So I would like to say I'm standing on the existing protocols. It's an honor to be here. My name is B. Oladipo. I will be presenting the lead paper on advancing digital transformation and building trust. my responsibility here basically is just to raise some issues, and then I'll leave to the panel to do justice to the discussions. Thank you. Over to you, Ben, and the other guys with the introductions.
Okay, thank you. Please, the next panelist who is online should please introduce his or herself.
Hello, everyone. I'm not sure, but my name is Benga Sheson. I work with Paradigm Initiative, and I'm glad to be part of this conversation.
Thank you, Benga. Dr. Amina, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Amina Salihu. I'm a feminist farmer and philanthropist, and I work with the MacArthur Foundation. An honor to be here.
It's a great honor to have you here too, Dr. Amina. It's online, okay. Chief, if you're online, please, could you hear your voice? Okay. Please, can you unmute, Chief? While we are waiting for him, can you make a brief introduction?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Austin Waulune, and I am the Director of Digital Economy, NCC.
Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. CEO of Upperlink Limited, representing Mr. Segun Ako, the CEO of Upperlink Limited. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. So please, at this point, we will go straight to the lead paper. Over to you, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this paper. Like I said earlier, I'm just going to raise some issues and let's look at what the main concerns as far as advancing digital transformation is concerned. And then we would, I'll be able to, throw the discussions up so that the panelists can go ahead and have some issues, raise the issues and trash this out. So let's look at the issue of digital transformation. That definitely isn't coming from me. Okay, thank you. All right, so like Ben said earlier, when we talk about digital transformation, what we're looking at is actually seeing how we can digitally enhance our processes, products, services, and this is not restricted to private sector services alone, but we're also looking at what sort of performance indicators are we measuring, and how are we using digital technology to improve on these performance indicators. So that helps us to provide services basically around, be it private sector services or public sector services, providing that in such a way that it's easily accessible, and then we have whatever we have specific metrics in which you can measure how successful service delivery has been. When we talk about digital transformation, there are 4 key areas that we look at, and I'll mention them, and then I can just shed a little bit of light on each one of them. So we'll look at process transformation. This is talking about looking at how our processes run and how we enhance the processes using digital tools. So typically, you have someone who renders transportation services and has a specific way that those services are rendered. But when you involve digital tools, you're changing the way it's delivered and looking at it in such a way that it's delivered effectively, promptly, cost effectively, promptly, and then in such a way that the customer is able to access the services in a more customer-friendly way. And when I'm talking about products and services now, I'm not just talking about, like I said, not just about private sector, but even public sector-oriented processes. How is it done? I read an article the other day of someone who was accessing the passport, wanted to renew his passport, and then he wrote an article based on how streamlined the process has become. So we can take this into the public space and look at how processes could be better transformed. Then we are talking about, again, another way, another area of digital transformation is in business model transformation. Businesses are done in a certain way. In one of the breakout rooms I joined earlier, someone was talking about how possible it was to change the orientation and the way people deliver their services. Business model, as we all know, is how a business makes money, and looking at injecting digital models in such a way that we are changing how revenues come into the organization and how services are being delivered. The third area is that of domain transformation. Now, domain transformation in this sense talks about using digital technologies and being able to operate in a different environment from where we used to operate. So I'll give an example. So you have an Amazon, who all of us know as a marketplace, but based on digital transformation, they now operate in the media market. So they have their own streaming service, which they use to stream programs and operate even as a media company. And of course, you have the Amazon Web Services, where they now operate as a web service provider, which is completely different from where they started from, all because things have transformed. So they changed the domain of where they are into new things. And then we talk about cultural transformation, which means the essence of the organization itself is becoming changed, and the organization is doing things in such a way that it's now more appealing to people who would normally not operate in that environment. I teach in a business school where we talk about how technology and digital has changed the way agribusiness is being offered. So, and what this means is that not only is the culture being changed, but we're also attracting new people who are digital natives into an environment that they will normally not go into. So digital transformation also helps to change culture and the way things are being changed. So why should we be interested in digital transformation? First, it's essential to keep us ahead of the curve in the sense that It helps us to transform the way that things are done and helps us to keep abreast with the way things are changing around us. We all know that things are completely different. Before COVID, a few people had done this, have programs online and all of that, but it's more becoming the norm now than what it used to be. So we have new ways of doing things, and of course, it also has implications as far as the okay, someone says they can't see the slides, but I don't think that's a challenge that I have here. Okay, changing demands in the sense that the way things people are demanding things in a different way, and customer preferences are changing. Remember, when I said customer preferences in this sense, it extends to everybody. Customer preferences are changing, so people want convenience as far as the way the access services are concerned. And I'll still use the example of government services, like I said earlier. I would like to sit down in my house. When I was going to renew my driver's license, the last renewal I did, I knew that because I'd spent time to study the driver's license issuance system. And I knew that I had heard that it was possible to request for a renewal of my driver's license from home. So I actually did try the system because I didn't want to go anywhere. Yes, it worked to an extent and I had to finish it off physically, but it just shows how people need more and more convenient ways of doing things. And that's one of the reasons why it's important. Digital transformation is important. And of course, the world is going IoT, and we need to also move ahead with how things are. So let's look at some components of digital transformation. So we'll talk about innovation. What are the new things that are happening, the new ways of doing things? How do we ensure that we are, so to speak, staying ahead of the curve? Okay, then there's issues around collaboration. How do we work together? How do we work together to ensure that we deliver on the way services are provided? How do we provide experience for people such that they have a lasting, there's ease of getting things done, and then at the same time, it makes an experience on people in such a way that you remove the human element from the way services are being delivered. I was coming out of Dubai last night, and I just discovered that I didn't have to stand in front of I haven't been there in a long time, so I didn't know, but I didn't have to stand in front of an immigration officer leaving the country. Just with my passport, the system reads it, takes a photograph, and relates it to the data that I provided initially, and that's it. That experience makes life a lot easier for me, and then it makes traveling a lot easier. You don't have to stand in queues that are so long anymore, and things like that makes life more interesting for people. Then you talk about infrastructure modernization, which talks about the infrastructure that is required to have digital transformation. Now, in advancing digital transformation, looking at the infrastructure modernization, the question you're asking yourself is, what are the requirements? What are the things that we need? Do we have the basic infrastructure? When the representative of the Honorable Minister was talking earlier, he spoke about the need to have broadband and how broadband could enhance the way things are done. So what are those infrastructure? Where are they? Are they available? If they are not, what are the things that we're doing to ensure that we bring them to bear in order for us to advance digital transformation? Operational excellence talks about ensuring that services are delivered in the most optimal way and making them efficient for people to be able to access. And of course, information and insights into the things that are being done. One critical issue as far as digital transformation is concerned and advancing digital transformation is concerned is having data and using data to provide insights into what is being done. I'll discuss a little bit about that when we get to the issues that are important. But by and large, for us to be able to advance the cause of digital transformation, we must be able to have these 6 key components and let it stand. Then let's look at what the critical issues are. 1, to advance, thank God for a good thing that we have the NDEPs. For me, that's the starting point. It's where we're looking at, and that also goes to show that government is serious about pushing the digital economy and the transformation into doing things digitally. So a regulatory framework is important. So you have your policies, you have your strategies, and of course, this forms the bedrock of how things will be done. Every other thing would actually cascade from here. And with policy framework, it helps the government to actually push the country in a direction to say, this is where we're going, and these are the things that we're looking at. Now, the policy and regulatory framework is one thing, the implementation of it is another, but I'm sure someone will speak concerning this. Of course, technology. So what sort of technologies are we talking about? What areas are we looking at? I had an interesting discussion with someone yesterday, and he was remarking that he actually discovered that Nigeria has a lot more when it comes to financial services technologies than most parts of the world, even in places where they basically have a properly formed digital economy blueprint. And I said yes, because all of us have, a lot of the players have actually found ways of doing things on their own and have advanced the way they're going to get services delivered to the people. So technology is a critical thing, but the important thing here is to see how we can streamline the technology in such a way that, now when I say streamline now, I'm not talking about stifling it. When I say streamline, what I'm saying is have some level of interoperability so that people will know, yes, I'm bringing this technology, but it has to work with other people. Okay. Then stakeholders' involvement. My take when it comes to this is we can't have a proper digital transformation drive if we don't adequately identify the stakeholders and then get them involved in how things are done. One beautiful thing about what we're doing here in NIGF is the ability to bring a lot of people together to talk about the kind of things that we're talking about. And that this helps in shaping the direction that things are going. And that's why we need to involve all stakeholders and then be sure that we're on the same page. At least let people know where things are going, and then they will know how to tap into it. And then the issues around data management, data privacy, data security, that also is something that is very, very critical that we will need to also consider. There's no way we're going to talk about digital transformation. That we will not talk about issues around data, how data is generated, how data is managed, what infrastructure is there to ensure that people's data remain private. There was an incident that happened couple of months ago where a certain gentleman's private data showed up online, and then people were commenting on it. Oh, is this age? Oh, is that age? And so the question you are asking yourself is, if I submit data, is it safe? So how can privacy work? I'm sure Benga can talk around this. How private is my data, and how secured can it be? What sort of infrastructure is there to ensure that the data that I provide is secure? The last critical issue that we need to look at is that of digital literacy. This, I'm sure a lot of people would not, cannot be overemphasized in the sense that we need to take, because I have a phone in my hand does not make me digitally literate. Most people have gadgets that they carry around that they don't actually understand how it is done. I remember having a conversation with a gentleman who older than I am, and his children had bought him a particular brand of smartphone, and the gentleman is like, look, I'm not the one who, I don't need this, because all I need to do is to talk. So literacy, the people in town versus the people outside of the regular environment. So how many people are digitally literate as far as the country is concerned? And this also brings me to a course that I had pushed for a while, which I am also still very, very passionate about. And that's the concept of universal acceptance when it comes to the internet. Can people be able to relate to things on the internet according to how they know how to access information and according to the languages that they speak? That today in Nigeria is a no, because we really don't have things around that area that has been properly defined. Okay, so digital literacy, very critical, and I don't mind if there's anybody who would join me. Let's see how we can do something around the Hausa scripts for computers and things around the internet. So digital literacy is a critical point that we also need to look at. Okay, so let's talk about the issues of trust, and building trust is very, very important. I always tell people when we talk about things around digital service provision, critical things is, number one, the technology. Yes, technology for some people is given. The technology has to be there. It has to be, data driven and all of those. Then the next thing there is, okay, you're talking about the infrastructure that is required. So your domain names and how you store the data and all of those things. But the third thing, which is very, very critical, is trust. Do people actually trust that when this system is put in, they would be safe with it and their data will be safe? I always use this example because it's something that happened to me personally. A friend of mine had given me some money to pay into an account for him somewhere. And I got there and the gentleman who was there asked me to either the guy asked me, oh, can you use the cash acceptor, put the money in, the cash acceptor gives you a receipt, you collect the receipt and then you go away, or you join the queue, and the queue had become very long, to the point that it was already forming an S, or you join the queue to hand the money over to a cashier. And I asked myself, look, B, number one, this money is not yours. It was about £3,000. It's not my money, it's somebody else's money. What if you put it in the machine and then story comes? Okay, so that trust is very critical to establish so that people, even when the service is there, the service provision has been done, there's innovation, people have collaborated to bring about services in a digital form. Will people still use it? Do they trust this service enough to be able to use it? Because they will have issues around data management concerns. Who is going to keep the data? How are they going to handle it? Is it secured? Do I have privacy? And all of those things. So that's also very, very critical as far as this is concerned. And then the willingness of government to implement the things that they have come to. We are not short of, in Nigeria, we're not short of having very good policies and very good frameworks, but are we able to implement them? And I like what I heard today about the trust of the government in ensuring that some of these things that they talked about are actually being implemented. So how willing is the government to implement, and how willing are the citizens to trust the government in terms of implementation? I remember somebody told me that, oh, this NIN and BVN, that they want to use it to know how much money goes into our account so that they can tax us very well. You know, that's the kind of, those are the kind of things around suspicion and trusts, issues of trust between government and the people. And I think these are the critical issues for us to consider when we look at how to advance the cause of digital transformation. So some suggestions on how this can be handled. I can start the discussion and then I'll throw it to the panels and to the panelists to see how this can be done. So some suggestions, and I'm going to close on this. One, in bringing out services, I think there's a need to have the people who would be beneficiaries of these services involved in how it's done. So enough consultations to be done such that people would actually have input into how that is done. So I think when it comes to public service things, we have things like public hearings and all of that. They're good. But how many of such have we held, and how many suggestions from people have we taken? So those are some of the things that would be necessary when going forward and bringing this kind of information. And there also should be deliberate effort, both from government and the various agencies that are involved in different areas of service provision, to come up with people-friendly policies such that it will be easy for people, or easier, don't let me use the word easy, it will be easier for people to actually identify with such regulations and be willing to go ahead and implement. Then there should be that collaboration between academia, the various stakeholders, the academia, in places where things have worked. The industry gives money to academia to research into different things and bring about solutions to issues such that those things can become products that the industry can take into the market and use as services for people. So do we have such collaborations? Once we've looked at what the government is trying to do, industry sees an opportunity here and then empowers the academia to come up with the framework or the concepts that these things could be done. I think managing that stakeholder, the nexus of that stakeholder management is very, very, very important. So I'm going to stop here and I'll throw it over to Ben to drive the discussions. Thank you so much for the audience, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present this speaker.
To be here with you again. I've always been a member of the Nigeria Internet Governors Forum, where we have been doing a lot of activities, in the development of the internet. I find it very interesting that I don't know whether we have had an NIGF forum in Lagos before, but this seems to be the first for me. Because most of the times, I'm either in Abuja or in Kaduna and elsewhere, but this event, that is why, I, out of my very busy schedule, try to make sure that night has taking place in my zone, I'm here physically, and I've been interacting with moderator in that regard. I'm HHI Olutoyin Gioloniteru, a mathematician, blocking expert, law scholar, I'm activist, entrepreneur, as a scholar practitioner in both the private and public sector of the economy. So I would like to stop at that so that we can face the normal business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that every day I get to sit beside you, High Chief? I'm just going to throw in a slight spin to what we have heard, right? So that it can help us to drive the conversation closer to the Nigerian situation, right? So, I mean, this morning before the conference started, we were talking about the weather, and of course, we also seen how it has, caused some delays. So it's the arrival of some of our guests, and I begin my view of digital transformation from how it helps us recognize some of the unserved markets that exist around us, right? Or the non-consumption markets, if you wish, the gaps between what we really need and what is available, right? And what it takes to create the shift to the kind of society where our needs are available. That's how I view digital transformation. And everything we've heard from it's what locates in between, but what do we need to do to recognize those gaps? Whether it's in marine transportation that Lagos seem to desperately need, or the provision of government services in a way that is convenient for everybody. And so trust, which is the key component of our discussion today, sits right there, around enabling the change in culture. All right. So I want to go straight to our panelists in your reaction to the paper. I want to call on Dr. Amina, who is from MacArthur Foundation, to give us her view of the role of civil society in creating that shift, as well as navigating the challenges that we've heard, whether from the perspective of digital literacy or trust systems, or even policy gaps. Dr. Amina, if you can hear me, please.
Yes, I can. Many thanks indeed, moderator. Can you hear me in the room and online? I would like to assume you can. I see you nodding. Thank you for the honor of this conversation. I don't know how much time I have, but I'd also like to thank our lead speaker, B. Oladipo, because he has touched a lot of important notes in terms of contextualizing transformation, looking at the Nigerian instance and the issues that need to happen. And as I was listening to our lead speaker, it occurred to me that if I were to frame what I've heard from a civil society perspective, I would say that really digital transformation has to be an art And what I mean by that is that there are three things that when you put them together, they actually spell an art that we need to put in, consider. And these are important to civil society because, as you know, the duty of civil society is to serve as a catalyst, to open opportunities and to understand the way in which communities operate and to make sure that there's access to opportunities. And the first thing that transformation has to address is the issue of access, because technology in itself is innocent, but it can be dangerous in the wrong hands. Dangerous in the sense that it can hurt, it can harm, or it can exclude. And so even as much as sometimes we romanticize technology or in terms of its transformation ability as something that can reach everyone, we're not asking ourselves the question enough, how is it reaching everyone? And so when the lead speaker talked about participation, it has to be participation, participation, participation. But there's a difference between listening to someone and hearing them. If we're not thinking about what people on the ground need and we're listening closely to them, nothing will change. And a lot of the time, these convenings are very tokenist. They say it's participation, but nobody takes away the learning. Nobody applies it. I see my brother Gbenga smiling because we come from that context. Nobody really makes any change. So how do people at the bottom of the pyramid have access to technology, to this transformation in a way that responds to their daily needs? What is the language of technology? We've got to be able to address that. By its very nature, it can be very exclusive. It can be very highfalutin. But how are we stepping these things down into the languages for the people who need to use them? So for me, that's an important thing around access. How can they be adaptive? Where do we leave a blind person in terms of access to this transformation? Are we looking at them as full citizens, or do we think, well, we'll come to them later. We'll develop the Braille aspect later. We'll develop the visual effect later. Are we thinking about the farmer? What exactly is their stake as we're thinking transformation? The second thing for me in that art is relevance, therefore. That's the R of my art. And again, it has to be relevant to that person's lived reality. Take, for example, the lesson that COVID-19 has taught us about education and technology. And there's adaptation that is going on very fast. The private sector has moved so very fast. And I would agree that really the intersection of change as we transform tech actually has to bring in the demand side, civil society and everyone outside government, and the supply side, government itself. And the private sector is doing amazing work, in terms of ensuring that they respond as quickly as possible. But in the process of that responding, some people have been left behind. Imagine the scenario of a private university versus a public university, and tell me what is their location in terms of access? What is their location in terms of, being able to have the opportunity of that relevant technology that they need to transform their lives? Look at medicine. At the heart of COVID-19, there was the lockdown. People could not access healthcare. How are we looking at the space of telemedicine and how that can be relevant to the needs of people who don't have to spend so much looking for medical help, who probably can't do Google because they don't understand the language of Google, but they can relate with someone in their own language via telemedicine? Those kinds of important relevance is critical. A third aspect of relevance I'd like to speak to is in the area of trolling and cyberbullying. So a lot of the time we're encouraged, young people are very active online. They do a lot of community organizing online, and they are equally vulnerable. One of the panels that I attended talked about the way in which our children need to be kept safe. And there isn't even enough knowledge about the dangers, of technology right now. But we know that cyberbullying happens. We know that trolling happens. We know that disinformation and misinformation happen. And so for the perspective of civil society, we need to ensure that the kind of knowledge that we actually are producing through these spaces are relevant. They're relevant, and we keep our people who might want to use it for purposes that are counterproductive. Because when there's anarchy, somebody gains. And so when something counterproductive is being done, somebody is actually gaining. How do you address issues of sexual and gender-based violence, which also happens on the internet? We have seen instances of people who maybe they fell out with a lover or a partner, and that person puts their naked photos on the internet. what exactly are we then using that space for? And how are we diminishing the human rights of other people? How are we paying attention to the rights of those people? The third for me, which is the T of the art, is again along the lines of what our lead speaker has said, trust. But I want to look at trust from another dimension, because I agree with all what he has said around building trust and ensuring that data is safe online. But there's another dimension of trust, and that is the issue sometimes of hidden costs and overbilling. Can we even trust our service providers? Can we believe that the services we're getting are the services that we deserve and that we have not been shortchanged, for example? Why are we having to carry 2, 3 phone lines, for example, just to make a call? Your call drops, and the next thing you know, you're being charged for it. So these are other dimensions that I want to surface in addition to the issue of data privacy, along that line of looking at trust. What will I say in terms of solution? Because as our lead speaker had challenged us to say, look, let us also think about solutions. I think one thing to address in terms of solution is to look at tech as it is transforming at the intersectionality of behavioral change. And what do I mean by all that grammar? Technology by itself does not matter. It is just science. In order to really step in down to technology, there has to be that intersection of how is it connecting with the way in which we live our lives. As I introduced myself earlier, I told you that I'm a farmer. If I have technology that helps me to identify early warning signs around climate change, if I have access to drones that would help me spray my insecticide, my pesticide, or my fertilizer, those kinds of things would make me understand the value of how technology can transform. And I don't have to have been to a school, because I can learn these things. It is already my lived reality. If I understand how to better connect my market to spaces that are outside my space to prevent post-harvest waste, then I can begin to see that intersection of behavioral change, because my interest is in what will change my life versus technology. The second dimension is the ease of use. If it is not easy to use, I mean, behavioral science tells us that as human beings, we respond to things that are, they are easy, they are attractive, they are social, and they respond to the way in which we use time. If it's going to take me a long time to download a manual, we're never going to be able to bridge that gap. So tech itself to transform, we have to bring in behavioral science. Do our policymakers, do our developers understand behavioral science? And I'm glad that Benga is on the line. I'm sure it's going to be talking about Flutterwave and all of the, financial inclusion and how people have so adapted to it, because it is easy, it is attractive, it is social, it is time-bound, it makes your life easier. So these things are going to be very important. The second suggestion I'd like to put on the table is, because we have our government players in the room, is that government needs to pay less attention to a need to regulate and rather focus on regularization. And what do I mean? Look at the Twitter ban. I'll leave it at that. If we get the sense that government wants to use tech transformation to punish citizens, people will take it out of government's hands anyways. And believe me, it has already left government's hands. And I'm talking as me as Amina Saliu, as a civil society actor. I'm not speaking for anyone. But if you understand the Nigerian landscape, you know that the young people, the business people, just go on Instagram and see the millions of businesses that are connecting every day. They have taken this thing out of the hands of government. They have taken the 99 Constitution as amended and taken their right of association and operationalized it. Government needs to have policies that match the interest and excitement and awareness of its citizens. Regularize this, not regulate. Make sure that there's a level playing field. Look at those areas
I want to jump in here, but not because you're talking about government, though.
Okay, jump in, but I have to conclude my thought, but you can jump in. So would you like me to conclude my thought, or you want to ask me a question?
2 minutes.
Thank you, my brother. And I thank my sister Mary for inviting me to this panel, because my sister Mary and I are on a CITAD panel where we're talking about community-led, networks and internet access. If government can pay attention to the bottom of the pyramid that is excluded, you and I take for granted that we have smartphones, that we even have touchlight phones. There's some people who have to climb on a hill to be able to access markets, to be able to access their families that are scattered all over the place. If we can decentralize power and allow civil society take leadership there and ensure that these opportunities are open to communities, government will have more respect and more followership even from amongst the citizens and be able to play that role of leader. I'll stop here for the moderator's sake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure a lot of us will connect with you after this. Yes, we need to continue this conversation. Absolutely, so because she touched a lot of very critical points. She also touched one of the things. One of the points I picked from the session on trust, which is that there's a connection between personal behavior and the kind of behaviors that digital can produce. And so the issue of normative frames, whether personal or societal, are critical to how we grow up about this. I would stay with Benga, who is also from civil society before I jump over. However, no, before I do that, let me come to one of my colleagues who is someone who is live here with us, right? And I'll speak to Chief right now. Same perspective, your reactions to the lead paper, but we are talking about change here. Can we relate to some of the most critical sectors of a Nigerian economy, like education, for instance, right? How do you put all of this in the context of the education sector, and what do we need to be able to see the kind of change, a digital transformation that would lead to new markets, strengthen confidence, trust among different players, from parents all the way to investors in the education sector. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think this is one of the reasons why we have to be at this kind of function, to be able to discuss issues as important as this. This is really very, very important. And I'm very happy that, it is like you are working with the Holy Spirit, because if you see what I've documented here, you can see that education, awareness, training are some of the key items that I want to talk about, and I can show it to you here. So you can see that in your own case now, you now directed it to me, and for me to see it from the educational perspective.
The calling is real.
No, this is very, very important, because the last speaker have said a lot of things that are very, very correct, very good, but very incomplete. Incomplete in the sense that I'm not sure whether she's an economist, because if she is, she will have looked at it from both the supplier and the demand side. She has addressed it very well from the demand side, what the citizens demand, but she has not addressed it in terms of the requirement from the supplier side. It is very, very easy for us to demand all kinds of things from government without us asking that what are the citizens doing to make contribution to the income and generating and revenue generating side of government, to be able to have enough fund to provide those critical infrastructures that we are talking about. Because without balancing it that way, in terms of the demand and supply, then we are going to be rotating in the vicious circle of the incompleteness that we are having today. This is really very important, and we'll give ourselves frank talk. Government have been doing a lot, and the citizens are also doing a lot, but it is disorganized. Because most of the time, we are trying to solve sociological problem economically. Like I told you earlier, as a mathematician, it does not work that way. Every topic you see in mathematics or arithmetic has a purpose. And mathematics is meant to solve solutions. They are meant to solve problems, provide solutions to solve problems. For example, why should somebody that is earning less than 50,000 naira felt that he can have 5 wives. He cannot even predict what the pipe has done. We give out to twins, triplets, and all those things. And then after producing 17 children with less than 50,000 naira, he begin to throw the problem to government. In his village, the primary school there, when government made provision for 50 seats for primary 1, and your children are taking 7 out of it, and you're not the only one in the village. Sincerely speaking, this is where we must start the sociological understanding from. Otherwise, the problem will be difficult to solve. And like I told you in mathematics, if you want to solve a problem in matrices, don't go and solve the problem if the matrix does not have an identity. Any matrix that does not have identity does not have a solution. So what bother? So in Nigeria, we are trying to artificially create problem and try to find solution to them without addressing the sociological foundation. So my position is that if I were to be a government leader is that if you are of this kind of principles or idea, you are earning less than 50,000 naira and you have gone ahead, you have more children that you can take care of, you have selected poverty as a fundamental human right. And you'll be allowed to exercise it with certain spiritual interventions when it is called for. Yeah, some of them can become, the best boxer in the world. Some of them can become the fastest runner, and they become rich. Does not mean that it is bad, but we need to point out some things for ourselves in that way. Because we're talking about digital transformation here. In terms of simplicities of the technology, right now, anybody born into this world should know that you are supposed to be technology savvy to a minimum. This is what issues of curriculum design from preschool to primary school to secondary school, formal, non-formal, and informal education have to be dealt with. And the digital transformation, I'll give an example of, let's say, blockchain and cryptocurrency phenomenon. And in this phenomenon now, how are we going to address the issue of a wife who believes that maybe cryptocurrency is very sophisticated and the husband has a Bitcoin or some cryptocurrency, it becomes old and die or whatever, it's mistresses. Some of the children of the mistresses who are better ethical hackers have access to the private keys and begin to take possession of the money. And the wife, whether educated or not educated, does not even know anything about that. The mistress child can allow this particular, the real family to take out of their house or the car or whatever they have. So education, curriculum changes, we must take it very seriously from primary to secondary to tertiary level, and both for the informal sector and the formal sector for us to be able to deal with that issues. So this is a very serious topic that we can continue to engage online and continuously, but I would like to take a break at this for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I like the dimension it's here, but social change. And I think that what we are actually expressing in our quest for digital transformation is, we really need to formalize digital culture all across all levels of education, from primary all the way lifelong, because they come with their own challenges. Including the most important around the issue of cryptocurrencies. What if the owner dies, and so on? What protection, the investments, assets. So let me go over to you, please. 3 minutes. We want to get your reactions, and then finally to engineer before we throw up to the no, Benga, I'm going to give Benga a special status. He was supposed to speak on the report, so we'll combine that, to give him ample time to speak on the UN report, as well as react to the lead paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So nice lead paper presented by B, and most of our presenters here are equally spoken very well. Part of what he presented, I'll just equally share more details there on data privacy and security. Do we equally know that most of all the issues with surrounding digital transformation come out of data breaches? So that equally brings to the fall of what the government is actually doing. So kudos to them. Earlier this year, the Bureau was equally created the Nigerian Data Protection Bureau. And we equally like to tell you that, see, there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done. How my data, your data are equally processed, how they are accessed. So, and we equally have rights. If you know that, we have rights, so many rights to how these data are being accessed. Who access them? What are they equally used for? There are sometimes data that are not supposed to be equally harnessed or collected are equally collected, and that equally forms one way or the other how it gets transmitted to some unknown person, and you become targets of internet fraudsters and the likes. So on this forum, I'm equally going to see how we discuss around this. What is actually the Bureau? What are they equally doing? And how they equally like to take this further. And we must equally see on the resolution side to see how they are engaging the populace. User management, and what actually are the plans? What are the policies that are being set in place? We know definitely the 2019 regulations that is out there. But what I'm trying to say is that we must see how each organization that process all these data are certified. That immediately you go onto their portal, you see a badge, you see a logo that, yes, they are certified, my data is equally processed correctly, they are accessed correctly. And if things of such are not equally being done, all this, whatever we're talking about, digital transformation will keep on recycling and nothing will be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you. All right.
Good afternoon again. Amina talked about regulate or regularize. The pace of change in the digital economy or digital transformation, the knowledge base required for digital transformation, and the skills needed to consume or to buy in to those services when they are delivered require that, just like we're doing today, we have multi-stakeholder. The NCC has used this over the years. We've understood this almost from the beginning. Now what we are doing is harnessing what is available. So whenever we want to make any policy or regulation, we ensure that everyone come into partnership. So collaboration is needed for there to be success in the digital economy. Why is it necessary to collaborate? One, like the permanent secretary said this morning, if you want to go far, then go in a group. If you want to be fast, go as a single person. Why then do we need all the people to be in here while discussing things that will affect them, that they will need to buy in and they will need to be able to use? Because we have different expertise in the different sectors that are involved. It's no longer telecommunication or ICT. It's now banking. It's now commerce. It's education. So the ICT is just an enabler. So if you have to address the concerns of people in the transport with respect to digital transformation, then you need to bring in the people in the transport, and you don't then, as a regulator, just sit down and just put across what you want them to consume. No, they will tell you what they want to consume and how they want to consume it, and it is yours to develop it for them. Development is driven this day by innovators and entrepreneurs. So when you are doing things like this, you make sure that those innovators and entrepreneurs are carried along. They are there to tell you what you need to provision for and what you don't need to provision for. So consultation, partnership. Because of that, the NCC partners with different sectors. We partner with the CBN in the area of financial inclusion. We have partnered also with NUC. A talk is going. I understand that some of my colleagues worked with the NUC at a point, talk about this curriculum. What we are doing in addition to that is to develop the skill sets that are needed in our consumers to be able to consume the products that are developed by the entrepreneurs and the innovators. So I key to the fact that, like the NDEPs, we have one of the pillars is developmental regulation. So what Amina is saying is very relevant in this case. You don't, as a regulator, because you want to showcase that you are the regulator, you give people what they don't want. No. You need to be able to first of all monitor, do we regulate at this point, or do we give the market time to grow? So that is the decision that the regulator has to, and as informed regulator like we are, we choose to let the industry self-regulate at some point before, because if you don't do that, what will happen is that you will stifle growth and innovation that is needed for the sector development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perfect Gentleman. Thank you. I'll just go back to Benga. Benga, you have 5 minutes to talk about the UN report and as well as react to the lead paper. Then we'll come back and take a few contributions from the audience. Benga, please. Yes, it's online. Benga, can you hear me?
I can't see him again. No.
Yes, I think Benga might have
What?
dropped off. He was on earlier.
Okay, she's here. Okay.
He's,
Okay, let her come up.
he's on actually, but he doesn't have audio.
Okay.
He's trying to rejoin. If you could give him a few seconds, I'm sure he would unmute.
Okay.
He's back now. Benga is back. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Benga, over to you, please. Yeah. Benga, you have 5 minutes.
I'm back, but my video is off. Thank you, but sorry. For both my feedback and the UN Global Digital Compact, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, for both. Okay, all right.
Yes,
Thank
we
you
can,
very
my
much.
brother,
Thanks
but
to
if
the
you
lead
turned off your
presenter.
video,
Thanks
it
for
will improve your
laying the
audio.
groundwork, and I'm glad that other panelists have spoken to this. You know, very quickly, I think there are three different. Thank you. Of digital transformation.
It's not from here, right?
No,
Okay,
I
while we
think
are
it's
waiting for him
Gbenga.
to,
He's back. He's back now.
okay. It's network. Okay, can we have, while he's trying to get back, can we have, you know, one or two contributions from the audience? Anyone who wants to speak to the topic or the issues that have been raised by the panelists? Okay, okay. Nobody wants to speak. Means that these students understood everything or agreed with everything. What about online? Is there somebody, please, if you have a comment or question, could you just indicate so that you can be unmuted? Secondly, for those who are at the command center, if you can read some of the comments that have been posted for the panelists to react to. Yeah, let me bring it on.
Oh,
As much of what I see are you know, commendations. Oh, yes. I do hope that Gbenga is able to join us, but I also have one plea to make to the president. President Chairman, I don't want us to miss the opportunity of the gathering we have here and just close this conversation and go home. So I want to make a special request for us to keep this conversation on after this event. The panelists, you know, for the panelists, I want us to dig deeper and identify one or two areas in the Nigerian economy that these discussions can be applied, whether it's in education or any other space, so that when we come back in 2023, we will be looking at a use case that may have evolved as a result of this conversation. We should be able to look at, we have statistics on the market size that this change or transformation could result in, you know, and and go forward from there. So do we have that permission, sir? Thank you. And my colleagues who are virtual, thank you very much. I hope you got the presidential approval. It should be a great honor to work with all of you.
It was very clear, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And may I now pass the mic to my colleagues here, 1 minute of, okay, go ahead. Okay. Okay, please go ahead. Yes. Okay. Give a summary. Yes. Closing remarks.
Data protection and data privacy is something that should be key for everyone. You don't want your data to be where it's not supposed to be. And we should also be able, as a country, to just designate only one data center. I'm not talking about data center as computer centers. No, I'm talking about where data is collected. Today, if you go abroad, all they need is your passport. They slide it. They've seen who you are. We should be able to do that in Nigeria also, that when people are coming to this place, you don't need to be taking their names and numbers every time you do that, when already they have shared that information and it's available. So we should be able to integrate all of them to one. Then we need to collaborate, and we as stakeholders need to be interested in what is happening to us. It's like politics, some people didn't like to go political before, but now they are proving it to them that if you don't want to complain, go and decide. So that's the same thing for telecom or ICT, data, digital economy needs you to come and tell what you want, so that what you want can be factored into what we are developing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think that our session is a bit short. Otherwise, we'll be able to deal with some very serious issues. Or maybe we'll look for another forum to deal with that. Because first, I will have loved us to address issues of regulatory dictatorship. Somebody talked about regulation and regularizing the other time, but there's the concept of regulatory relationship that we need to really look at. And I'm happy that our director from the NCC is here. As of 2013, in the Ekiti State, we have the Ekiti State Digital Transformation Program that NCC prevented from transforming the Ekiti State. So we are talking that government to government. I've complained this thing to Dr. Mowola Johnson, former Minister for Communication Technology then. I've complained these things at NIT in Ibadan to the next minister from Oyo State, Barrister Shitu. And I know that I complained it to Dr. Mowola in Yenagoa, during the National Council of Communication Technology. In Ekiti State today, we have the fiber optic rollout there that we cannot implement. Then the late Dr. Joel, who was the executive vice chairman of NCC, stated that they cannot permit it, and he has an Infraco project to work on. Up to now, I've not seen Infraco projects taken up in Ekiti State. So we can see that those within government, federal government and state government, we have self-annihilating policy. Because I was a member of the Presidential Committee on Broadband Rollout in Nigeria. Benga Cheson was there, he knows a lot of things we did. But how can we have laid fiber in the Ekiti State? We're doing state city program from you can monitor the whole thing happening in Ekiti State there. But NCC prevented it. Dr. Fayemi, his first time, went to meet Dr. Dua and did a lot of persuasion, but he refused. So that is regulatory dictatorship. It does not mean that what the NCC is trying to do is not correct or something, but that we're not able to come to a common position where what the people want to do, that's why I talk about the demand and the supply side, is not aligning. The same thing is happening at CBN. The same thing is happening at a lot of government agencies. So in terms of take home, we should be able to go back to government and say that, well, you are the supplier in terms of demand. There is need for there to be an intersection. That is one. Two, to mirror, which is one of the things that I want to also highlight here. I cannot imagine somebody will go and register a domain name that they are not the one that own the name with CAC. These are all kinds of trust issues. The person will go and get a domain name that is at variance with the owner of that name with the Corporate Affairs Commission. These are very serious issues that if we do not address those fundamental issues, we're going to be having problem. And like I talk about the issues of education, literacy, and those things, it's very, very important because government have done a lot, but people are not aware of what government have done. We talk about data privacy and all those things there now. New jobs have been created by the NDPR 2019, which is the position of data protection officer. All organizations, vertically and horizontally, in the formal and informal sector of the economy, whether it's a private school in the village, is a private hospital in the village, is farmer association in the village, supposed to have a data protection officer. Today, we are producing law gatherings, IT and computer gatherings that cannot fill those holes. So we're having simultaneous occurrence of unemployment and lack of skillful manpower to drive our economy. But we're talking about multi-stakeholder, and I think these are very serious issues that we need to look at. And finally, we should look at the positive side of Nigerian society and the economy, and not the negative side where a lot of people are trying to escape and run overseas. 10, 15 years time, they became complaining there of tribalisms, ethnicism, racism, and all those things. We Nigeria, people, we have to face this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You see why I said that we have to continue this conversation. It's not something we can complete in one session. Okay, thank you. Let me touch base with our colleagues who are online. Please, B, then Dr. Amina, then Benga, if he's joined. Okay, thank you. 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you so much. The conversation is not something, like you said, the conversation is not something that we can exhaust today. It's something that is formed a foundation for us to take thoughts around how to deal with the real issues. And I always tell people that it's not about the technology. Technology can work whichever way, but is the technology reaching the people it is meant to reach, and is it doing the things that it's meant to do? So those are the critical issues that we need to consider and we need to think. And I like the way the conversation has gone today, and it's looked at all the areas that we can say, oh, digital transformation, is it working? Is it not working? If it's working, who are the beneficiaries? And if it's not working, what are the things that we need to do? So these are the conversations that we need to take forward from here. And thanks, Mr. President, for allowing us to continue the discussion from here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks indeed, moderator and conveners of this excellent forum. I thank my sister, Mary Uduma, again for the honor. And the panelists, especially my two brothers, the gentleman, the director from NCC, who really got, my analysis and concern from the keynote address today, and the fact that we each have a role to play. It is not either or. It is not the demand side or the supply side. It is that both of us have roles to play. But in this equation, to whom much is given, much is expected. And if the government has power or has authority, it has to use that authority in a way, like the keynote speaker said, that advances the lived reality of the people. This is something I would like to repeat one more time. Civil society no doubt has a role. And if there's something I've not said, that's a responsibility of civil society, is to self-regulate, because we all know right from wrong. And there are many amazing, beautiful things happening in this country that we need to reference. And there's a role for data in that regard. And one key data point that we need to reference is the way in which Nigeria is leading the pack in the global south and competing well with the global north in terms of digital startups, especially in terms of financial inclusion. We need to celebrate that. And I would like to challenge all of us as citizens, as government, whether at the federal or at the state, to bring out the good stories that are happening in Nigeria. It's very important, but also to stay mindful of the challenges, because that way we stay away from complacency. There's no room for complacency. There's a lot that is good about our country. There's a lot we need to work on, whether we're on the demand or we're on the supply side. It is not either or. I would like to challenge us to think about the long term. When we get digital transformation totally decentralized and accessible, we also have to think about it as a business. I was very glad when I heard the Minister of Communication say that, look, we would be thinking about ICT as a business. We need to look at it as a business. The farmer is a business person. So if you make these tools available to them in a way that it's accessible, they will appreciate this service, they will pay for this service, and everybody benefits at the end of the day. We don't have a very good culture of maintenance. And we need to think about, when these things break down, who fixes them? Where do we get the knowledge to fix them so that they stay relevant in our lives? Final thing for me is the need for systems to talk to each other. It's very important. If I have an NIN, why do I need a BVN? Why do I need a passport number? Why do I need a driver's license number? We have to make sure that as technology transforms, it's really looking at the issue, of access, like I shared earlier, of relevance and of trust. And when it makes sense to the lives of citizens, that is when we will all, across divides, be able to benefit and be happy. And let us not look at citizens as just one collective whole. Moderator, I would like to close on this note. Every citizen matters. We must decentralize what we mean by citizens. We cannot leave women behind, because women are the ones who do the procurement. Women are the ones who, when they earn their income, 90% of it gets spent on the family. As we think about transforming our digital lives, we have to ask ourselves, in whose hands is it? And how well are they using it?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Second, please.
All right, thank you, sir. It's not that we're actually doing very bad. After the post-COVID, the Nigerian Global Cybersecurity Index and the actually, we did actually well. There was improvement there. So that's actually let you know that these multi-stakeholders are actually doing something right. And the government are actually listening. So from all the various divides. And I'll just quickly touch base with the gateway to the internet, which is the country code top level domain, the .ng. And it's for a fact to know that without the strings of the .ng, there have not been all those scammers that we have online there. You can't find them on this string. So those are something that we need to equally appreciate, and to equally know that we can equally trust our own. Nigerians can equally trust the domain name that we equally have. And the panelists have equally said everything. There must be harmonization. There must be harmonization and cooperation within the parastatals and the likes. And to wrap it up, we should not forget that users' enlightenment and engagement is key too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I did this fast spent. In summary, we've heard a lot about the need for policy innovation. Policies of, the innovation side of it is what, closes the gaps that we have been talking about, that recognizes the role of different actors like civil society, government, businesses. It's that innovation that, brings in elements of design thinking, empathy, which a lot of our speakers have alluded to, trying to understand the real needs of the people and getting them involved in the process of developing solutions, right? It's that process too that also, helps us to recognize, and understand the choice architectures of different players and how to, create nudges and other methods that help to, produce new change in our behavior, right? So I would not keep you longer than I should, or I have, but I'm also glad that we have agreed to work together to continue this conversation. And I hope that it's not just the panelists that will be involved, but the rest of you would also key in, and would like to see something tangible, in terms of maybe policy development, maybe initiatives, that will put all of this conversation into practice and produce results that will be good for us and for our country, Nigeria. So on that note, I want to draw the curtains on this session, and I thank you. I thank my colleagues, those who are online in particular, Dr. Amina, my friend and brother, Abiyi, my colleague in government. Sometimes I forget that I work for government. Hi, Chief. My friend. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be with. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, please. You want to take it, or we have the. You want to take a picture right away? Yeah, do that picture right away. And then Toba will be coming to do the vote of thanks right after the vote of. You can, yeah, just stand in front of the CEO of Hyperlink. I have not forgot. I like your argument, and I'll make sure we take it over from here. CEO of Hyperlink, trust me, we'll take it up. Okay? Ekiti has to move forward, and I will take it up personally. Since it's my state, we can't afford to stay behind. So NCC must give us opportunity to go and lay the issues to bear. And that's why we must thank NIGF for this fantastic opportunity where the government meets us. So Mr. Kisoya, Olusegun Kisoya, is that him? That's it. Yes, the Hyperlink guy. You are? Okay. God bless you. Make sure I get your card. All right, so Shakespeare said there's a tide in the affairs of men which taking at the flood, the least unto fortune. Omitted all the voyages of their lives is bound in shallows and in misery. Aside from being poetic, the Bible also says it in Ecclesiastes 3. There's a time to be born and there's a time to die. So there was a time to start the program. Now is the time to end it. Mr. Toba. Where is Toba? Who go talk? Let's give him a round of applause. That's the Vice President. Okay, Toba, hold on. Mitchell Paul. Report of sessions. Mitchell Paul is chairperson, United Nations Internet Governance Forum of Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, He's going to give us a report for 5 minutes. He's online, I guess. Is he online? Michelle Paul? He's not online. Because if the report is here, it would be nice for us to have a little bit of executive summary. You know, I kept hustling everybody. I like food. And the food has been waiting, calling all of us since. That's why we want to go and eat on time. And then we can go home and be happy. Is the report ready? Yes. Okay. Want to find out before this report, is there anybody, there's supposed to be an open mic session. So you have anything to say, anybody, because we're all stakeholders here. Everybody here uses the internet. You have something to say? Okay, let's give Madame a round of applause. Meruduma.
Thank you very much. It's been an interesting sessions that we have. It have been interesting sessions that we have attended. And one thing I want to challenge us is that we should not only look at the negative side when it comes to data privacy and cybersecurity. There are the positive sides. What are the positive sides? The saying goes that necessity is the mother of invention, and people have invented and have come up with innovation. But there's job in cybersecurity. There are a lot of jobs in cybersecurity. I want to challenge, especially our young people online, that cybersecurity certification helps to give you food on the table and also to curb the excesses of those that are anti-innovation. So we should also think about the positive side of the cybersecurity and the positive side of the data and privacy. I also want to say that what we said the conversation should not end is that online we can continue the conversation. Offline we can continue the conversation. When you get back to your organizations, continue the conversation. So, and I believe that NIGF will be able to also give us platform, online discussion platform. As long as I think we have our email addresses, there's a community forum in NIGF, so the conversation can continue there. And I think there was somebody that is here to represent Benga. I suppose they should talk to us about the digital compact and the program that is coming up in 2023 that the United Nations has put in place as an initiative. If the person is not here, but I think we can post the program, the information on our website. And there's somebody from Ministry of Communication that wanted to say something. Are you still here to make, yes, so that we can hear from Ministry of Communications? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adejuma Habib Tunde, Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Abuja. I want to stand on the existing protocol as well. I just want to add summarily on a general level. We've talked about cybersecurity, we've talked about being aware, we talked about trust. Individually in our homes, as parents, we just need to be conscious of what we do on the internet. The internet is a global space. You don't click on every link. You need to be at alert. You need to be suspicious. There are internet fraudsters everywhere, whether here, Cyprus, America, everywhere. There are internet fraudsters. No matter the level of advocacy or whatever policies government might put in place, whatever they might enact as laws, we as individuals need to be very careful of what we do in the internet. It's not every site you visit. Some sites are to spy on your activities online or on your laptop. Whatever I do, there are people that are so good that they create spywares, and then whatever key you strike on your, or whatever, every stroke on your keyboard, they're keeping track of it. So we need to be conscious of all these things. You don't just visit every site, you don't just click on every link. Fraudsters are everywhere. That's what I want to add. Thank you very much.
All right, so before we have the final summary, I was just going to say, just like Madam said, that there are a lot of certifications up and down. I would like to advise every one of us, any one of us, just go there. You know, my son finished law, Ife. He was supposed to go to the law school. That's my second child. And when this thing was going on, he just started, you know, joined this digital and code guys. And he's having 2 jobs and he's getting a lot of certification. For the past 7 months, they've been home. He's getting certifications on certifications. And I asked myself, what have I been doing? I was just sitting down there and complaining about Buhari. So I want to go start my own certification to let every one of us do. And like the gentleman from the ministry said, we all need to protect ourselves. You know, especially when there's a freebie somewhere, be sure that long truth kill. So let's have our sister come and give us an executive summary of what we've heard today. Let's give a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll also stand on existing protocol, and people online, you're also recognized. Your participation is very important to us. I'll quickly run through a summary of what has happened today. Can anyone hear me? Thank you. Okay, so I'll quickly start with the first session, which was on data sharing and digital sovereignty in Nigeria. We had 4 speakers, and they touched on different talking points. We also had some issues that were raised. There were discussions around the value of data as is dependent on the volume and how it is shared. Concerns were raised on how data has value and therefore why it must be protected. We also spoke about challenges of data protection in terms of the lack of manpower and resources. There were concerns on the lack of independency in enforcing the NDPR policies. And then there were issues on conflicting provisions with the NDPR. Just to summarize, each of the presenters had their own talk points, which is going to be uploaded on the website for ease of reference. Data has value and must be protected. We also have the 4 C's spanning around what should be computed, what should be compromised, and what should be commercialized. And then we have the issue about it being criminalized. So the takeaway here is the 4 C's. And then we had Barrister Samuel, who spoke about the lack of independence in enforcing the NDPR. We also had Mr. Babatunde Bamboye, who spoke about the principle of privacy in data protection. Dr. Olajide spoke extensively about data protection and the health sector. These are part of the takeaways, some of the takeaways from the first session. I'll quickly run through the second session, which spoke about building trust in Nigeria digital services. We also had 4 speakers, And some of the key issues that were raised spanned around trust and confidentiality. We also dwelt a bit on parents and how they should manage their children on the dangers that has to do with the internet space. To summarize, it's essential that digital literacy is enforced, and educational and promotional awareness of cybersecurity should be available for every Nigerian citizen. There were also concerns about organizing and developing in-house capacity on cybersecurity. So some of the key recommendations for the session was that infrastructures should be put in place to ensure that we have seamless synchronization for information on cybersecurity. The current policies and regulations should be regularly reviewed. And, for the current policies to also reflect on our current realities. So, yeah, for the second session, all this will be uploaded on the website for ease of reference. And I'll quickly go through the fourth session so that we don't dwell, spend all of our time on the summary. We have the Nigeria's position in the future of the internet. We also had three speakers, Mrs. Mata Alade, who runs an NGO speak. We had Mr. Destiny Amana, the president of Nigeria Internet Group, speak. We also had Mr. Ebuka Obodo, the PPM for Anglophone West Africa, speak on the session. Some of the issues that were and the digital analysis impacts on our daily living. And then the adoption of the 5G, which has been in the news, in the media, for artificial intelligence, internet of things, benefits of merging technology and all of that. Then to summarize, it was agreed that there should be a great and good avenue for investors to move in quickly to schools, to educate them, to avoid people not having enough information about internet technology. And then for the stakeholders and government should also come together to create policies that would be great and be impacting on the citizens. It was also agreed upon that there should be good interactions between the internet educationists and the rural women and the underserved. To summarize, the key recommendation for the session was for digital literacy to be enforced. And thank you so much for listening. This will be uploaded for ease of reference. And we thank you for your participation. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate Ms. Choma KK. Mrs. Okay, Mrs. In case you are believing God for her, she's off the market. Okay, so no one will be able to thank you as much as the gentleman I'm bringing up here. He's simply fantastic. Help me welcome the Vice President of NIRA and the CEO of Who Go Host, Who Go Talk, Who Go Do, Toba Obani. So if you say Who Go Talk, is Toba. A round of applause, please, one more time.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the chairperson of the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum, MAG, I would like to appreciate everyone for their participation and contributions to the discussion. The NIGF is a multi-stakeholder organization bringing us together from government, civil society, academia, and from varied walks of life to discuss on how we can improve the internet for all. And it's been an exciting and interesting day of deliberations. Even though the weather wasn't so great, I'm sure some of us faced quite a bit of traffic, but the fact that we came here and we've been seated for this long discussing and engaging together is very, very heartwarming. Now, the communique that has been developed from our engagements will be published on our website and will be also passed across to the relevant stakeholder groups. I would also like to apologize to participants for the adjustments that were made in the program. We made those adjustments because we realized that it would be better for us to complete and conclude the sessions as quickly as possible so that participants, especially those here physically, are not stuck in traffic. And I would like to apologize to our distinguished panelists and moderators who were impacted by these last-minute changes. We do sincerely apologize. We were meant to get a goodwill message from Mr. Paul Michel, who is the chairperson of the UN Global IGF MAG. But unfortunately, due to the change in schedule, it's quite early it's time, so he can't join us. But he sent his greetings, and he also would like to invite everyone here to the next Global IGF that's happening between the 28th of November and the 2nd of December this year at Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Like has been mentioned earlier, Global IGF is coming to Africa, and it will be really great if we can be a part of the discussions at the global level as well. I would like to appreciate once again all our participants who came from far and near, our virtual participants as well, who joined us right from we would like to appreciate you. We'd like to appreciate all our sponsors and all our MAG members. This event that was brought together by different engagements from different stakeholder groups. And we really love to see the spirit of cooperation in Nigeria, because that is what will lead to the growth that we're looking for. I'd like to appreciate Madam Uduma and all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from representatives of NCC, representatives of NITA, from the Federal Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, to my president, Nigerian Internet Registration Association, and the chairperson. I would like to appreciate you, and to everyone here, the secretariat of the Nigerian Internet Registration Association. Let's put our hands together for them. They've done wonderfully well. To the secretariat of the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum, headed by Oshoke. Let's put our hands together for him. And everyone, our technical crew, our vendors, everyone that made this event such a beautiful success. I'd like to say a big thank you. Thank you for all your hard work and for your support. And with that, I'd like to say thank you so much, everyone. And lunch is served, I guess, after the competitors went to eat. We have beautiful meals available for you as you quench your thirst and you digest all the discussions that have been had today. Thank you once again, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, so this is my time where I would superintend on the issues of food. But before then, they've thanked all of us. But you see, the journey just began today. We must continue. Every opportunity this forum gives, take it. Addis Ababa, I hear that's the next place, right? About when? 28th November to 2nd of December. And I think anybody can apply. It's free, but, madam, no, I thought there's a but.
An opening for people to apply for sponsorship, but it has just ended. We're announcing it on the we were announcing it on our website. I don't know how many. Some of us have applied. So please, for now, I think the only sponsorship I can think of is that will be coming from Benga session. but I think it's for the youth. So the youth will be. Please, if you have children between 18 and 30 years, they can apply.
Thank you very much. And in case you have no sponsorship, there are ways to fly these days. Yes, go to Benin City. Some women will tell you how to get there without visa. Why are you shaking your head? Some people are going there now. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's been fun. It's been fantastic. I can only predict that 2023 will not meet us where we were here at 2022. And so on that note, I'd like to thank everybody. But this is how we're going to get to it. The Madam and the VIPs they have a special place. The ushers will take them there. And then for those of us, Martha, what's up with you, man? How you doing? I haven't seen you for like 10 years, though. All right. So for the rest of us, just let's follow. I know we're not even going to rush because that food there, we can't finish it. So just take your time. We have 1 hour, up to 1 hour. I stole all the time so that you can eat very well. So no rushing. Just let me go before everybody and then whatever it is. Anyway, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. See you next time. God bless you. Hello. Okay, please, wherever you are, can you please stand for the national anthem? Every one of us, in honor of our country. Thank you very much. God bless you. And let's go and eat. So please, the VIPs should follow Madam for a photo session. From there, they would go. For those of us who are here, please, no forming, go and eat. Thank you, sir.
Pray I find my way. Going by nation. Oh, forgive me, Father, but I gotta take a chance. Oh, I'm already gone, so just pray for me. Hello, Daddy, how you doing? Hope Mama's doing okay. Been 4 years and 11 months now. Oh, alone, it was true what you said to me. But life in the city is unbelievable. It's a struggle just to get by every day. And I could barely find my way. Ṣùgbọ́n mo mọ̀ pé mo lè ṣìnà. Mo rí pé ayé lè. Forgive me, Father, but I gotta take a chance. Oh, I'm already gone, so just pray for me. Forgive me, Father, but I gotta take a chance. Oh, I'm already gone, so just pray for me. Sorry, man, I bands right range when I'm on top of like I never touch my shit popular. Now I'm getting guap every day. What from
I'm in chains, you're in chains too. Our uniforms, you are uniforms too. I'm a prisoner, you're a prisoner too, Mr. Jailer. Oh, I have fears, you have fears too. I'll die, but you start or die too. Life is beautiful, don't you think so, Mr. Jailer? Talking to you, Jailer. Talk to me, a prisoner.